So that's the other stuff. That's the actual meant. But what I found too. Individual.
You got me?
But
I don't see anything.
hopefully in the same way.
Section 345. I don't have an extra table. I don't, this is for bids.
What do you need to do?
Because this is easier to see. You're saying I can't do it?
There might be another HTML. There's a VGA. That's VGA.
Have to put another.
Don't have another hole.
That's VGA, HDMI. The HDMI to VGA. That's all she has. No, she has HDMI. Like, it's an extension.
Usually laptops, they do have laptop screen.
Yes.
Sites for.
I didn't know that.
Oh.
Can't plug into her laptop with whatever he wants to plug into. She doesn't have a home.
I've got this. And I do.
Well, it's hard to see on the laptop. That's the problem. That's why she has the bigger screen.
Well, there's another one.
You see the inline?
Go ahead, plug it in.
You have two laptops?
Here, I've got one of these holders. What's that screen?
Yeah, and you. Splitter, try and see if she can see their changes.
Practice session up.
Yeah, it's like, why are you ignoring us? Was it today? No, I mean, tiny bits of
They brought me these. I have no video of like here. That's a
Would it help you to elevate the laptop?
I don't know. I don't want to start this. I'm trying to start the practice session. I'm trying to start the practice session. Yeah, I thought I did. Okay, let me get rid of that. So here I am.
Yeah, I think I would.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, maybe this is it. But I should be able to see the, have you got the video and all that on?
Yeah, but I don't have the practice one. I've only got the main.
Oh, that's part of the problem.
Yeah, I was connected to the main one and it was going just fine, but I tried to enable video.
It was better.
Disable video.
Like a lobster and rice.
You my email address, or did she send you that?
You know, they actually had it.
Guess we're not gonna do the practice session then, or unless we do it with the real webinar.
Well, who sent me the email link? Is that you or?
Oh, that's, hey,
Hey, is this a call or I can't see anything.
oh no,
No, Cheryl called.
I think when
Is that
we,
you? Are you Cheryl?
yeah,
Oh, you're the one who called. Okay. Really? I was getting confused. Okay. You
So we
said-
don't have a practice link, because what you sent was the actual meeting.
yeah, I guess not, because, hey guys, I'll call you back.
Should we just practice on the regular link?
Yeah, let's do it.
How do we practice on the regular one?
I can see your screen.
Okay.
Are you gonna want to set up dual screens so that you can
Haven't missed the last.
project something different than you're viewing?
Yeah, I can do that.
Okay.
Just hang on a second.
Lunch, you had lunch, right?
Launch meeting.
Good. Did you get the tire? I did. Yeah, I was in there first, but they showed up.
Those are poppers, onions are great.
Yeah.
Salads are
I've never
good.
been there.
You need some, like, the card.
They have salads, they have.
That one isn't gonna help, is it?
I wouldn't buy it.
Well, it still wouldn't help.
You guys are good, right?
Yes.
Cheryl is working with you to get that. Pfast is done. I'm not even in the store, Cheryl. Do you need anything while I'm not?
No.
Okay.
I did finally get a hold of Ryan Wurtz. And I told him, you know, he's kind of been and he said he was going to work on it.
Hey.
So are you the host?
Yeah.
Did you split your screens yet?
No.
Okay.
I'm just trying to launch the meeting.
It is on.
Okay. Oh, okay. Okay. So. Share. What I can't see is all the attendees. I should come up, have all the,
Yeah, I can. Let me see. I'll get to it. First.
Yeah.
Yeah, we gotta switch that. You have two screens instead of just one because you want to make sure that you have extended.
okay,
Now these are separate, see, two different screens.
okay,
That way you can put the presentation up there, but you can still control everything here.
right.
So we have that now. Okay, this one is currently presenting. We don't want that. Share. Oh, I didn't want the drop down. I just wanted to click on screen 2. We'll share it. Oh, we're still seeing. Oh, I haven't clicked share. There we go.
Okay.
Now we'll put the PowerPoint in.
I also do it right down there.
Presenter view and the second one. There we go. Just to make sure it goes on there and not here.
There,
And see, now you have it up there.
right, and now I need to see
And this
the,
is what people are seeing on my screen.
okay, so we need to see,
Right, we can get that too. Let me just
Yeah.
make this smaller for now. I know it's a smaller screen, but the laptop doesn't have 2 video outs, unfortunately.
yeah. Gotcha.
I'm just trying to make it smaller. There we go. Yeah, the mouse is easier generally.
You wanna use it?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. So PowerPoint is going. Now we just need to open the participants list.
There we
And we
go.
need to, do you want the chat open as well?
Yes, please.
Okay, there's that and there's that.
Yeah.
But I need to allow video.
Where is it?
Oh.
There you are.
Yeah, it's not letting me allow the video.
Co-host.
Do you think it's a co-host to allow video? Let's try that. No, let me go see if I can turn the video on over there.
Okay.
Hey, Cheryl.
Yeah, I'm here. Hey,
Hey, are you making a practice session? Or are you?
well, we were, but I don't think when Sarah helped set that up, we didn't have Eric in there. Eric's the AV guy, so we're just in the real session. So you should be able to pull that up.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry about that. There were people talking.
Yeah, I was hearing all that and I was like, oh, let's figure all that out first.
Right.
Okay.
Is there somebody remotely that can test?
She's getting on there right now.
Okay.
put these guys right here.
I think we have to mute your microphone because you're coming through the speaker.
Am I? Okay.
Is that, no, that's mute.
I think I've covered it up. Here we go. Isn't it over here? No? There's the top.
On this bar.
Yeah.
And then right there. Mute.
That's mine. You got video?
I'm just gonna start talking up here and tell me when to stop. Yeah, let me know if you're able to hear. I'm walking by, talking, and speaking. Continue doing a sound check. Sound check is ongoing. Keep on walking around and talking until tell me to stop. Are you walking? You're doing a sound check. Sound check is ongoing. Hello, everyone. I'm checking the sound from the microphones. How's that? Are you able to hear me all right? Can you hear me? Can you hear the sound that is coming from here? Sound. Good.
You'll have to do it again, Tim.
All right, let me look up some poetry or something. Are you ready for me to talk?
I can hear you.
Let me know when you want me to do a sound check.
She can hear you.
Okay.
So if you want to move around.
Yeah, I'm going to walk around. I'm going to continue walking around the various microphones. You let me know if you're able to hear me. I'm walking and I'm talking. Here I am at this other microphone. And now I'm going to walk over here. Okay, I'm on the other side of the room. Are you able to hear me okay? Continuing on. I see a thumb up.
Yep.
Yes, I hear you.
Continuing on. Yeah. Okay. I want to have them do a sound check to make sure we can hear them as well.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, we are able to hear it. It sounds kind of muffled up here. I'm not sure if y'all can adjust that on this down. If you could do another sound check.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can. If you could just keep on talking for a minute, they're adjusting the sound. An extemporaneous speech, poetry reading of some sort.
Do I still sound muffled? Does it sound better?
Thank you. Yeah. Let me just check in. Are y'all able to adjust that at all? It sounds really garbled.
There are a couple people that we can check. Yeah, I can go.
Yep.
Lindsay, can you hear me? They can't hear us.
Let me just do a quick sound check. Are those on the phone able to hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah. Some of it's muffled at some points, but I can hear you right now.
Okay. Yeah,
Lindsay, it's Paula. Can you hear me?
I cannot hear you very well, Paula.
Yeah, me either.
Yep. Yeah, try from the other side.
Okay. Can you guys hear me better now?
Yes, that's better.
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, it's just kind of quiet. It's a little quiet.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, they'll be closer, hopefully,
Yeah.
to the mics.
Yeah, I wish to go. Okay, thank you.
So you're going to jump in. Thank you. Well, you can always Brian is the new. I think he can answer that question. I didn't realize. I borrowed is there anything else? Probably some time down And we just all have this little conversation, and his son was like, we had to dig in. It's the, they knew it. That was his big thing. And she gets her. Yeah, she does. I said, okay. So, that's, we figured it would be, but you've got. And we have no, and I think that is still, I think Sarah's wrong. I think that's a
Kathy.
Hi, Tim. I get to sit next to you.
That's right.
Just like that.
How are you?
I'm pretty good. How about you?
Okay, this is Tim Soldenfuss. Let me just do a quick sound check. Do we have Quintina Snowden on the line? And just a quick check, do we have Quintina Snowden on?
Yes, I'm here, Tim.
How you doing?
Okay, Quintina, we will keep you off mute when we get started. So if you need to jump in with a question or for clarification, please do so, all right?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and we can go ahead and turn off the mics for right now. We'll start back up in about 5 minutes.
Oh.
Some more leaves, so I don't know, I think I'm gonna be dead queen for having the 8th. One of his, yeah. And I think I was singing the part of Dolly, Hello Dolly, and one of those songs. I don't know yet. We just started, so. Please.
numbers that the state uses for this is a water quality to protect.
So you're sitting for two people, huh?
And turn on the mic. Okay. See, we are waiting for just a few others to join, and then we'll get started. If we can go ahead and take our seats at the table. Right in here. Okay, well, good evening, good afternoon to everyone. Welcome to the Wurtsmith Restoration Advisory Board meeting. I'd like to just welcome you. My name is Tim Steltenfuss. I will serve as facilitator for our meeting tonight. Before we jump into the agenda, if we could, let me just turn to our co-chairs for welcoming remarks. Stephen Willis, Air Force co-chair.
Good evening and welcome to everyone coming tonight. This is my first government chair.
Mark Henry.
I'd like to thank everybody who's in attendance. Glad to see more faces here than we've seen in a while. Looking forward to updates on the RI and perhaps a little discussion.
Well, good. We will run through the list of all the attendees here in just a moment. If we could, let's shift to slide 3, the RAB meeting ground rules, and I will review those really quickly. So, number 1, respect one another and maintain an atmosphere of open dialogue and exchange of ideas. 2, use our time together efficiently, wisely, and respectfully. 3, speak clearly and succinctly, one person at a time. Avoid interrupting others. 4, listen and remain open to differing points of view. Number 5, maintain a propensity for progress, prepare, discuss, document, and move forward. 6, share information early, openly, and honestly. And 7, accurately and objectively relate to others the discussions occur. Grab members, do these ground rules still work? Yep. Okay, so let's move to slide 4 if we could. And just to note that this meeting is a hybrid meeting, so occurring both in person and virtually. Let's see, a court reporter is online and she'll be capturing a verbatim transcript of tonight's meeting. Her name is Quintina, and Quintina, if there's ever a point where you need to pause us and ask for clarification, please do so. It will really help her out if we stick to one conversation at a time.
And Tim, if I could just make a quick note.
Yeah.
I think someone is maybe flipping paperwork near a microphone, and so that is causing a little bit of a distortion.
Okay, yeah, so it may be that there's some papers rustling right next to a microphone. Do you mind moving that table tent?
This way?
Yeah, great. Okay, and Quintina, is it clear now?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Okay, great. Let's see. Okay, so RAB members who are here in person, if you have a question during the majority of the meeting, which is for your discussion, please raise your hand. The way we've always raised our hands. Actually, raising. In a moment, I'll check to see if there are any RAB members who have joined us by telephone or by computer. If so, you can raise your hand electronically. And the meeting support staff will raise their hand here in person, and I'll know to turn to you. Please do make sure and mute your microphones just so we don't get any background noise. And for RAB members who are specifically joining by telephone, you can press *9 to raise your hand and *9 to lower your hand again. You can mute yourself by pressing *6, unmute yourself by pressing *6. The show up on our display is a telephone number only, so that we'll call on you by number. It may just take a moment for us to get through that process, so I'll pause when I turn. Let's see. So let's move to slide number 5, the agenda. If we could, we have a full agenda tonight. We'll begin with some brief updates from our RAD members, and then review RAD business items like action items from previous meetings. We'll then move into an update about remedial investigations and interim remedial actions. There will be an update about the Military Munitions Response Program, or MMRP, remedial investigation. And then we have a lot of time reserved towards the end of the meeting, as we often do, to address RAD member questions and have just kind of open discussion with RAD members. So all of those portions are for the RAD members, for those here at the table and RAD members who join by computer or phone for discussion. After that, the public will have the opportunity to provide 3-minute public comments as well. So I will be capturing a list of who would like to make a public comment as we go through, and then we'll call on you one by one. Let's see, during the technical presentations, please hold your questions until the end of the update. Then I'll check to see if there are questions from those who are in person and then those who are connected virtually. And I think that gets us through the majority of our administrative items. But let me run through and just see, confirm that we have a quorum and check to see who we have here present. So we have William Gaines. Here. Mark Henry. Arnie Lurich.
Here.
Is Scott Lingo? And let's see, do you have Scott Lingo listed on the
No.
Okay. Joe Maxwell? Here. Ryan Mertz. And is Ryan listed on the search? Okay. How about Greg Schultz? And Mr. Daniel Stock? Here. Rex Vaughn. Rex was traveling. Okay. David Wynn? Here. Kathy Worsterbarth? Here. And for the Air Force, we have Stephen Willis. Here. We have Eric Strayer for our Stubble Township. And if you have Eric Strayer listed. Okay. We have Denise Bryan with District Health Department too. Present. Okay. And let's see, do we have Bill Farrell representing Michigan Department of Health and Human Services? I think Bill was going to represent for Community Bridge. Just a real quick check to see if we have anyone from Michigan Department of Health and Human Services online right now. Okay, and if you could go ahead and take everyone off of mute for the time being. And let me just check one more time. Is there anyone who's dialed in who is representing Michigan Department of Health and Human Services? Okay, Bill may join us later. We have Beth Place, Michigan Department of Environment, Great Lakes and Energy. Okay. Let's see, Mr. Bill Palmer, representing Oscoda Township. Here. Michael Munson, Oscoda Wurtsmith Airport Authority. Here. And USDA Forest Service is not able to be with us tonight. We do have more than 6 community RAD members here present. We have more than 5 government RAD members present. And we have both co-chairs, so we do have a quorum tonight. Let me just check real quick to see if there's anyone, any of the organizations I've called who were not able to indicate they're present, but are now present. RAD members here not announced. Okay. Well, we may have others join us. We do have a sign-in sheet. Let's see, right there. All right. So if anyone has not signed in who's here in person, please raise your hand and we'll bring that around. And then if anyone has registered to participate virtually, you'll be able to have the sign-in sheet and the list of those who registered to participate. That. Right. That gets us through a lot of our introductory items. Let's move, if we could, to slide number 6. So we're in the stakeholder updates portion. And this is for RAB members to provide brief updates. Good, let's move to slide 7 now. And we'll go to the Air Force updates. So Mr. Willis.
Yeah, again, thanks everyone for coming out this evening. Couple things, we do have a new team member headed for the Wurtsmith team at AFCAC. We've got Brian Lynch tonight. He's coming to us from the Army Environmental Command. So we're looking forward to having him as part of the team as we continue moving forward. And then also real pleased with the progress we're making on the RI as well as the IRAs for Pfast. And Paula Bond will be giving an update on that later this evening. Looking forward to the rest of the meeting.
Okay, that next slide then will walk us through the remaining stakeholder updates. And again, this is just for kind of brief updates that you may have. We'll start with community RAB members, and Mark Henry, community co-chair, will start with.
The RAB hasn't done much since the last RAB meeting. We've had a couple of internal meetings to discuss a few things. Some of us are still going through the RI document. But anything to
And to Mr. Bill Gaines.
No.
Arnie Ulrich.
No.
Okay, Joe Maxwell.
No.
See, Mr. Daniel Stock.
No.
David Wynn.
Nothing at this time.
Kathy.
Well, I guess I'm going to make up all of their
All right.
passes there because I have quite a few items.
There you go.
Give you more time.
Okay. In the last month or two, along with some Great Lakes PFAS Action Network members visited the Grayling RAB. And so we got to get an idea of how different RABs operate. So that was very interesting, but we did offer some, collaboration and assistance and, just sharing of ideas. I think it's important for our RABs to be connected in Michigan and the US. So we took that opportunity. They actually have a newsletter that we are going to sort of model in that it's going to be a document that is more simplified, very short, concise, document that we can share with amongst our RAB members and with the community, understandable that we'll produce after each RAB. Include all that information. That will be forthcoming. We've also met with other impacted military communities through that Great Lakes PFAS Action Network. We've conducted presentation at various events and have some future events that we're going to be presenting at. I did want to mention the budget conversation. We brought, both Arnie and I, there's an open item about the budget for this project itself. We also received document, I believe we received it through the Air Force. It's the April 22 PFAS and PFOA at base realignment closure location. In that, it does mention the various budgets for the BRAC sites. And, I just wanted to bring up, for perspective purposes, that I looked at a few of the different BRAC bases that are sort of similar in terms of budgets. If we look at the Wurtsmith budget, the planned obligations for FY22 are 14.8 million or so. And then planned obligations after FY22 are 196 million, or 196.5, I guess, according to this document. If you relate that to Pease Air Force Base, theirs is both the 18 million for this year and then 151 million and a half or so for the future. And then Reese base in Texas has, I found this interesting, a $287 million planned obligations for the future. So that was starkly different. So, but in this report, it does list the highest detection of PFAS, PFOA in groundwater, and Wurtsmith is starkly higher. Most of those at 171 million parts per trillion. That's been detected. All right, so the next item is that we have an open item for the Pfast Wurtsmith history, that report that was created with National Wildlife Federation. We're still waiting response from the Air Force on that report, which we requested in November last year. I do have a question about the tree removal in that Bennett Lake area in terms of where the trees went. Where the trees went. I think I understand why they were removed, but I'm just curious where they went. And then we also were participating in a meeting with Deputy Secretary Kidd, some members of different RABs and communities throughout the US, met with them virtually in this last quarter. And then tomorrow we have a local now meeting for our Native Water Group at the VFW.
Thank you. And really, that's what this portion of the agenda is for, just have those updates, especially on things that have happened since the last RAB meeting. Just quickly run through all the activities as they've been.
Many of us have.
Right. Well, let's continue on with our government RAB members now. The Forest Service representatives are not with us this evening, but let's turn to Beth Place with the Michigan Department of Environment, Great Lakes.
Thank you. So, Beth Place with Eagle, and just a few quick updates. We want to mention that our MPART town hall meeting for Eagle updates on the former Wurtsmith Air Force Base, Oscoda area sites, that'll be on June 22nd. Right now, that's scheduled as a virtual meeting. So folks have that. Currently, our website, some folks may know that the MPART websites are kind of undergoing overhauls, so there's been a bit of a delay in information coming out, so please bear with us as we get that back up to date. During the Pfast RI, AECOM, our contractor, has been doing oversight during basically almost every field day that Aerostar is out here. So I just want folks to be aware that they're doing that, as well as collecting quality assurance samples. So basically a duplicate sample of what Air Force is collecting for about 10% of the samples that are collected for PFAS. And based on our results from what we've looked at last year, there were no laboratory issues that we saw with the data that Air Force was collecting. So that was good news. A few reviews that we have been doing. So we reviewed the Pfast RI and the back check from Aerostar and Air Force that was provided in the final document. So Eagle is currently putting together a letter to address those unresolved items. I know we've been saying that for a while, but that'll be out by the end of next week or sooner. We also reviewed for the RI, we are in another back check reviewing Air Force's response to our comments on the risk assessment work plan. That's still over at Eagle, and we expect that review to take a week or two longer before we provide that back to Air Force. We completed a back check on the biota sampling plan, which is associated with that risk assessment work plan. So that is back with Air Force. We did have a few unresolved issues still on that plan that we hope to work through. And we also reviewed for site SS72, we reviewed a risk assessment for that recently, provided comments to Air Force. Additionally, we also have been reviewing some items for the vapor intrusion pathway, and want to introduce our new newly assigned Eagle PM, Keelan Briggs. They'll be handling the BI portion.
And if I could, let me just make sure that we have this stand-up mic on. Right? Yep.
Hello. Good. So yeah, I'm Ken Briggs. I'll teach you guys all look forward to helping people on the vapor intrusion side of things. We just reviewed the RI addendum in regards to the vapor intrusion investigation that just got completed in the first phase. We provided comments back to Air Force the end of April, like 21st. We're now waiting for those response back from the Air Force at this point. In addition to that, we issued just a short firm urgent action request letter to them. There were 2 sites that we kind of had some concerns about concentration being detected or that were detected in the spill vapor, so we're asking for just some more urgent action, kind of moving into the phase 2 for some of these higher risk areas we can look at anything. So yeah.
I have 2 questions.
Yes, please.
What was found in phase 1?
I don't memorize, but I think DC was one of them.
Solid.
I think in 1 ARP, there's 3 that exceeded some concentration, some of our SS5. And then the other one, I believe there's 2 different decisions. I can get this here. There's awesome fluorinated.
Perfluorinated.
I don't think they were sampled.
I've been looking at perfluorinated alcohols, part of AFFF. You may want to look at that, get it on your radar, because they're volatile.
Very good. I think that summarizes. Thanks.
All right, thank you.
And Tim, if I could just get that gentleman's name, please.
If you don't mind just coming back and restating your name for the court. Thank you.
That was Kaylin Briggs, AALA.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Great, thank you. Yeah, and thank you, Quintina, we appreciate that. And let me just do a quick sound check. Are those folks who are on the phone able to hear okay? Quintina, are you hearing us?
Sometimes there is still some distortion, but overall I'm fine.
Okay, so if I could just encourage the RAD members to really focus in to the nearest mic and speak to that where possible, that'll help out.
Tim, the only one we can hear clearly is you.
Oh, and I'm the one who has the least interesting things to say. Okay. Yeah, and if we could just lean towards those mics and speak all the way across the airwaves. Let's turn now to someone who does not have any trouble being heard, Mr. Michael Munson. Let's go to Wurtsmith.
So you're calling me aloud? Is that what you're doing?
Effective communicator.
Yes. I will be brief. We have had an airport manager change. Gary Killen, who was with us 13 plus years, has retired. The board has brought on board James Downey. He goes by Jamie, and he's being fire hosed at this particular time, getting himself up to speed. But that's all we have right now for the airport.
Thank you, sir. Let me just do a quick check to see if anyone from Usda Township has been able to join us. Okay. And how about Michigan Department of Health and Human Services? Okay. Yes, go ahead.
Farrell, can you hear me?
I can, yes, sir. Go ahead, please.
Hi. Yeah, I was having some problems here. Yes, I'm standing in for Puneet Veej.
All right, well, thank you for joining us. Is there any sort of update that you'd like to provide just in the stakeholder portion, stakeholder update?
Yes, just a couple of things. First of all, we're planning our third, let me see here. We're planning our third round resampling for this summer. We're planning on starting June and expect to go June through September 2022. So our sampling plan is currently under review. And then we'll be reaching out. Typically the way it works is that we'll be calling residents. We'll be reaching out to everybody. So even if you have never been sampled by MDHHS, you're still eligible for resampling if you're in one of the areas of investigation. And if you have any questions or anything, residents can reach out to Puneet Veej. I can give a phone number. It's 517-582-4104. Puneet is out of the office until 5/21. but after that, you can give them a call. But like I said, they will be reaching out to everybody who have been sampled at any time during the investigation. So, and then the 2022 Eat Safe Fish guidelines were released on May 2nd. Public can access the Eat Safe Fish guides at, I don't know, maybe I can put this in the chat, this website. Let me try that and see if that works.
Thank you, Bill.
Yep.
Any additional updates, Bill Farrell?
That's it.
Well, thank you very much. And we have a question for you.
Bill, could you repeat that phone number for us, please?
Yes. It is, hang on a second here. The phone number is 517-582-4104.
And that is for Clean Village with Michigan Department of Health and Human Services, correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yep.
All right, thank you very much for joining in. Let's turn to Bill Palmer, representing Oscoda.
Yes, thank you. I don't really have an update other than the township is continuing to extend municipal water lines to get municipal water to areas of concern. I do have an issue I would like to discuss, but probably later in the meeting, that has to do with the Air Force use of the stormwater system. Probably that will come on later in the meeting under the RAB questions discussion.
Great. I'll make sure and capture this so I can prompt that up.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. And over to Denise Bryan with Department of Health District.
Good evening, Denise Bryan, Health Officer for District Health Department 2 and 4. My update is congratulations and recognition now. We at District 2 submitted a nomination really recognizing the hometown heroes that exist in this community, advocating for Pfast and PFOA, advocacy work, legislation, and remediation tirelessly for our community, for visitors, and for our veterans. And they have been personal heroes of mine in talking with Corey and Devin and the department staff. It was unanimous, and we have several times written for the recommendation for the award, and they were selected by the state to receive that Hometown Hero Award in April of this year. And I think in terms of it being a pandemic era and recognizing that PFAS and that award was then bestowed on the now friends and family here that, you know, put a lot of effort. I was trying to count back the years, and I think it was 2013, and I was a health officer for 1 year when I got a call from Chris Bush, a toxicologist, and seeing Bob Delaney back there, too many years, but we're on the right side of the issue, and we knew that in 2013. So congratulations to the now members. You are appreciated. Yo, those are my updates.
Very much. Okay, let's move to slide number 9, if we could. We're moving into the RAD business portion of our agenda, and actually to slide 10, if we could. Action items have been a matter of discussion among the co-chairs. So that next slide, just a note that the co-chairs have a standard process by which they meet a couple of weeks, typically after a RAD meeting, run through the list of action items that existed prior to the meeting and any that were captured during the meeting. So right now there are 8 open or ongoing action items, and I believe there's continue that practice after this. A quick note on membership. Recently, we adopted a new set of operating procedures, and Section 2.4 addresses attendance, and it indicates any RAB members who fail to attend 3 consecutive meetings shall have their membership vacated without further action by the RAB. So maybe one thing that might be worth discussion at the next co-chairs, and just a reminder, there is that requirement just in and have that continuity of discussion.
I'm sorry, Tim, to interrupt, but there's quite a bit of in and out when you're speaking. I'm not sure if it's a slow internet. My internet appears to be okay. I don't know if you are having that issue, but you cut in and out a lot.
Okay. Let's see, I'll do the quick version of what I just mentioned, and that is that the RAB co-chairs meet after each RAB meeting, a couple of weeks after each RAB meeting, to review action items, identify any action items that were brought up in the previous RAB meeting. And so right now there are 8 open or ongoing action items, and there's a plan for co-chairs to meet following. Quintina, is that any better or is it still the same?
It's still the same.
Okay, so let me just turn to our audio-visual staff and see if there's anything that's done on that. They are attempting to address the problem. Okay. So how about we just take 1 minute here while they look to see if there are any files.
Which
magic wand. I'm sorry, say again.
We can't address the problem if you're not.
Okay, so I'm going to just continue to drive on, and we'll check in just about 30 seconds or so to see if that's improved at all. Just a recap, the operating procedure section 2.2.4, attendance indicates any RAB members who fail to attend 3 consecutive meetings shall have their membership vacated without further action by the RAB. So just a reminder to please make sure and do attend. So let me pause there and see, Quintina, is that still having the same problem?
No, that's better. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. Co-chairs, anything you'd like to add in terms of RAB business?
I don't have any. Nothing comes to mind.
Okay. All right. Well, so let's move into our presentations if we could, and we'll move to slide 11. This is our first Air Force technical presentation, and Paula Bond of Aerostar will present. So we'll turn to Paula.
Us vertically challenged people. I'm really happy to be here today and see everybody in person. I'm going to give a quick update on the remedial investigation that's going on right now and the interim remedial actions that are taking place out on base right now. So next slide, please. Too far. We did receive a request to kind of go over the circle process in a little bit more detail. So we added a new slide in that just kind of outlines that process, and I'll go through this graphic here just a little bit. We talk about the circle process a lot with Wurtsmith. I know you guys have heard this a million times, but the Comprehensive Environmental Response Compensation and Liability Act, and we more lovingly refer to it as CERCLA. It is a process that we have to follow to the cleanup process that we're implementing here. And if you look at the graphic, across the top, we kind of outline it in simplified actions across the top. And then the row on the bottom kind of outlines the actual CERCLA nomenclature. And the nomenclature is a lot of what we use when we're talking about Wurtsmith, and we use a lot of these acronyms. So the first step in the CERCLA process is the site identification and initial sampling. And that relates to the preliminary assessment and site inspection. And I think you guys have seen the preliminary assessment and site inspection documents already. We're kind of through that process here at Wurtsmith, but as it relates to the Pfast work. The next step, which are more detailed studies and developing potential cleanup solutions and evaluating cleanup alternatives, that comes in the RIFS. So the remedial investigation is that more detailed investigation phase, and then that's followed by the feasibility study where we take the data from the RI and try to develop remedial alternatives that may be appropriate to address the PFAS that we found during that investigation. So currently we are in the RIFS process at Wurtsmith. And that's the field work that I'm going to be talking about a little bit later, is that more detailed investigation, RI, remedial investigation work. The next step is developing the site cleanup plan. And that's where the proposed plan and ROD come into play, where we develop, after we look at the alternatives in the feasibility study, those are outlined in the proposed plan, and then that preferred alternative is developed in the proposed plan, and then it's actually agreed to in the ROD, which is signed off, and that becomes the actual remedy for the cleanup that you're addressing. So obviously with the PFAS RIs, we're not to that stage yet. As most of you are aware, we are implementing interim remedial actions at Wurtsmith, and at any time during the circle process, you can implement interim remedial action, town critical remedial action, non-town critical response. So we have done several TECRAs out there. Last year, we just did a TECRA for the soil removal at TO2. So any of those early response actions you can do at any time during the circle process, but the general process kind of is what we outlined on the slide here. So once we move through the ROD, or move through the proposed plan, the ROD will be the next thing. Following that, then you develop the remedial design, because your remedies outlined in the ROD. Develop the remedial design and then implement the remedial action. So on the slide there, that's the last box, the site cleanup implemented, and that follows through. And then the site cleanup evaluations, that's where you do your remedial action operations and your long-term management. And then eventually the site is closed out. So we want to make sure everybody is clear on the circle process, or if anybody has questions on the circle process, please let us know. We'd be more than happy to discuss that in more detail, but we just kind of wanted to give everybody a quick overview and summary of the circle process itself. Yes.
I thought that the contract to start the RI was signed in August of 20.
It was.
Okay, but then you consider starting the RI a year later?
No, I'm sorry. That's when we began the field work for the RI. Was in July 2021. Yeah,
you started the RI, the
yeah.
planning, the
right, the
negotiating on the work plan.
Yeah, yeah. So sorry. Yeah, that's the field work again.
Yeah. Okay, good clarification. And the last thing is, your team offered a draft, but definitely a final RI report date. I think it was going to be in the spring of 23. It was originally going to be December of 22. I think that's correct. Is that still on schedule for a final report by next spring?
23. No, that's actually been pushed to the right a little bit, and I'll talk a little bit more about that when we get to the schedule.
So it's delayed a second time. Okay.
We'll talk a little when we get to the schedule. Yeah.
All right.
Next slide, please. So this is a slide that we generally kind of, just to give a quick brief update on where we are specifically in the RI progress. So we know we're in the RI phase of CERCLA. So as part of this project, we worked with Eagle and the Air Force to scope the RI and what we were going to do, kind of get clarification on the path we were going to take, the approach of the RI, the field work. The next step was developing the UFB plat, which is complete. And I think as Beth mentioned earlier, we're working on a risk assessment work plan to get that completed, and then the biosampling plan addendum to the UFB plat for some activities related to the risk assessment. The field data collection is ongoing, like we just talked about, and then eventually we'll get to the RI report once all of the delineation efforts, the nature and extent of the RI are. Next slide, please. So Same progress for the IRAs that are going on right now. IRA scoping is complete. The proposed plans, we're doing 2 IRAs, just to kind of refresh everybody. FTO2 at Clark's Marsh and Bennett Lake at Ken Ratliff Memorial Park. The proposed plans for both of those IRAs are complete. The interim records of decision are both complete for those actions. So the remedial designs are complete, and we are now in the interim remedial action phase of implementing the remedies, those IRAs for those two areas. Next slide. So just to update the RI, just to kind of refresh everybody, we started the field work, like Brian suggested, back in July of 2021. When we stopped the field work for the winter season back in December, we had collected groundwater samples from 96 existing monitoring wells. We completed 245 soil borings, 51 vertical aquifer sampling locations. For groundwater, we completed 3 hydraulic profiling tool locations to collect some additional high-resolution site data. We collected 4 seep samples. So that was what we did last year. So we resumed the field work on April the 4th of this year. We are continuing this vertical aquifer sampling to finish the delineation work for the groundwater plumes out there. We will be installing some monitoring wells, and then we'll update the CSM. Next slide, please.
Yes.
Well, I get much closer. So I'll give you a quick update on the Clark's Marsh IRA. So this IRA started last year in October. It was the first one to get kicked off. We began grading back in October, getting the site ready for the building. We are doing a building expansion because we're adding pre-treatment to the existing FTO2 system, and it will be handling additional water out there. So we're building a tow building for the buy side to biological treatment, and then we built an expansion onto the side of the building, and you can kind of see that in the picture there, in the middle picture. We have installed the conveyance piping out to all where all the extraction wells are going to be, and we plan to install the extraction wells in June of this year. And then that system will be hooked up to the extraction wells, and we'll be well on our way to getting that treatment system up and running. So, next slide, please. At Bennett Lake at Ken Ratliff Memorial Park, we got the rod signed a few weeks ago for this action. But in the meantime, we have been ordering materials and supplies for this site. We have received our process tanks, and because we ordered those, we went ahead and got those installed in the building. We are building an expansion to the existing CTS, and we're building a well control building that's associated with the CTS to handle all the new extraction wells and the new increased flow that's going to be coming to the CTS treatment system. So as we receive equipment, we're getting it installed as things come in. And the extraction wells for this system are planned to be installed in July, August of 2022. So let's talk a little bit about the schedule. As we were just talking about, for the remedial investigation, we started field work back in April. We're going to continue that this field season, and the RI, the field work will continue on into next season. So that is why that has been pushed out, and that's why the schedule for the RI is also going to be pushed out to 2023. So
hold on. Let me just interject here that
sure.
We're not going to finish the RI under this contract. At this point in time, we are under this contract. We will not have enough time to finish the RI. We know there's data gaps. We know there's additional step outs that need to be done. We got the biota sampling and the risk assessment for both human health and eco that we just will not have time to get done and get an RI report written and through the entire review and approval process. So we've already programmed funding to finish the RI under a follow-on contract. We're already talking with Eagle about scoping on that in terms of looking at the other side of Bennett and Lake, the other side of Bennett and Creek. So we recognize that there's still work to be done, but we just are not going to be able to finish it under this contract. So like I said, we program funding. As soon as we can get the money in the next fiscal year, we'll award that contract and continue working on the RI So we'll write up a report at the end of this, document what's been done. But at this point, we plan not to do the biota sampling or the risk assessments under this contract. We'll do those under the follow-on because we don't want to start them and run out of time without being able to finish them.
Go ahead, Arnie.
Question, what kind of delay, and that happens, I understand contracts, and then you have to go to another one, and then there's a transition in between. So how much would you estimate has been added to the schedule and delay because of that?
Well, the good thing is that in the follow-on contract, we'll be able to use the existing QAP as well as the risk assessment work plan and the biota sampling plan. So we won't have to write any of the planning documents up front. We'll be able to go right into the field work in that follow-on contract. So in all likelihood, it would be awarded probably in the fall, winter, so that next spring we would start field work. So it'll probably push completing the RI out probably a year.
Pushing it out an additional year?
Yes. From this contract.
Because you're losing a sampling season, because now you're not going to be able to start sampling for that phase until the spring of the following year.
Correct.
Yeah, Arnie, I wouldn't say we're losing a season, because this season we're going to finish the delineation work. So field work would start again in April of 2023. So we wouldn't lose a season, we would keep going.
Okay, and just a slight comparison, Greg and I were on the P's RAB meeting last night, and I don't know what their contract situation was in comparison to yours, so I'm not laying any blame, but just a comparison. They're on schedule with a slight delay, but their RI started the same, contract signed the same month or a month before yours in July, August 2020. And they're going to have their RI report by next spring. And that's the same time that you're going to start your sampling for the risk assessment part of the RI. So I just want to put an exclamation point on that that is a full year that we're going to be behind that site. Okay.
Yep, we understand that, but we want to make sure that we collect all the data we need to answer the questions. We didn't want to do a partial RI, have data gaps, and then have to go back and do it again. So we split it into two contracts to make sure it's a complete continuous RI with all the data gaps addressed, and then we can write the report, and then we can move into the feasibility study.
Because we're not given an opportunity, the public, to comment officially on the RI draft and work plan and so forth, are there any opportunities that the Air Force could make to us to have some briefings over the winter about your draft planning and so forth, so that when you do start sampling, we're going to have a comfortable feeling of what you're doing, what you're sampling for.
Sure.
And there's a lot of unknowns with the wildlife risk factors. And actually, EPA just 2 weeks ago published draft some new wildlife criteria for fish and the water that they swim in. And it's in public comment right now, so it's an important area.
Definitely in an upcoming RAB meeting, present what we'll get done under the current contract and what we'll have in the next contract.
Thank you.
Okay, and I will turn to those on the phone for questions in just a moment, but let's go to Mark Henry.
Just a clarification, Steve, did I hear you say that you're going to be starting scoping for doing work across Bennett and Lake?
We are in discussions with Eagle on what might need to be done over there.
Okay, thank you.
When will those discussions, when do you think that those will be to a point to where you guys will have a signed agreement on paper?
I couldn't answer that at this point.
Okay. Tim, are we in questions? Because I've got
Yeah, let me just, I think you may have a few more items to address. Is that right, Paula, or did you have anything else?
No, this is the last, I believe this is the last slide.
Okay.
The schedule.
And you're through, okay, great. Let me just check real quick to see if there are questions from those RAB members who have joined by phone or connected virtually. Let's see, Bill Farrell, any questions that you might have at the moment?
No questions for me.
Okay, I think that was a no.
We have a question from Rex Vaughn.
Okay, Mr. Rex Vaughn, go ahead, sir.
This is a question for Paula. On one of your slides, when you were talking about the different steps in the circular process, I noticed that the term ESI was left out, and I remember that being kicked around a lot a few months back. I think that stood for Extended Site Investigation.
Yes.
Did you just simplify that chart and pull that out of there, or did it not occur, or is it no longer considered an ESI step?
Well, and I'll let Steve clarify this, but the ESI is not an official step in the circular process. That was just in addition to, the site inspection is actually the step. So additional work was done after the initial, it's hard to talk. The initial step of the SI was taken, and they realized they wanted to collect some additional data. So that data was collected, but an ESI, and I think some places call them supplemental site inspections, they're not really an official step in the process. It was just additional data that was collected, and that's kind of what it was called.
Stephen, anything else that you'd like to add?
No, that's accurate.
Okay. Rex, does that address the question, sir?
Well, as common as that phrase was a few months back, I find it odd that it would now just vanish.
Well, because that slide, Rex, was just a general slide. It wasn't necessarily what happened here at Wurtsmith. But if that would help, I can add that back in if you guys want to see that on the slide next time.
Don't change your chart. Just, I'm trying to understand why it was so popular and then now it's not. But thank you.
All right. So David Wynn then.
Okay. I want to start with the RI. Based off of the published RI that was in the administrative records, there are approximately 186 unresolved comments in there between Eagle and the Air Force. Where does Eagle and the Air Force stand on those 186 unresolved comments? And when will those be resolved, if ever?
Hi, this is Beth Place with Eagle. For the unresolved comments for the RI, these are the ones we've talked with you before. There's kind of a global conversation that Steve mentioned that we can get into more detail in a minute on the east side. But we are producing a letter to get back to Air Force on kind of combining some of those unresolved comments and the ones that we really want to talk about. It's still somewhat of a long list of unresolved items. We had hoped to have that out today, but it will be out sometime next week.
So when do you anticipate those? Do you anticipate all those issues being resolved, or are you just at complete odds on some of them?
So I would hope that some of those would be resolved. I plan to engage in, discussions. I know we'll have SPP meetings in the future, things like that. We're hoping the letter will generate some conversation. That's something that we're requesting within that letter.
Okay. Steve, do you agree with that?
Yeah, the hope is that we can resolve them all. There may potentially be some unresolved comments where we agree to disagree.
Okay. Yeah, I'm okay with that. I just asked the question. The east side of Bennett and Lake, I know that based off of conversations that we had a week ago with Mike Neller on a conference call, there was an issue relative to Dr. Tarmath and your team were supposed to sit down and review where you're at with the east side of Bennett and Lake, because the data, the last 9 quarters of data that Eagle has collected on the southeast part of the lake shows that there is definite PFAS there. It's totally not coming from anywhere else. So the question is, I think it's a good issue that you guys are talking back and forth about east side of Annetton Lake. We have another winter, another summer that's coming along, and I'd like to know, is there a time frame that's going to be put on that? We've been talking about the east side of Bennett Lake for 2.5 years.
I can't say that we've got a timeline yet. We had a conversation last Friday with some agreed to new direction on this.
Okay.
And so we are working kind of in a phased approach to come to common agreement and a plan forward.
Is that going to be documented and added to the RI? Is the RI work plan?
If an amendment to the RI work plan is necessary, yes. If it's already covered in the work plan, if it's simply a step out from an existing sample, that's covered in the RI. If we're doing something completely different from what's in the work plan, then it would require an amendment.
Mark, you have a puzzled look on your face.
There are no samples that I've seen in the work plan planned for the southeast corner.
So we've already sampled along the creek, and we've already got an exceedance. So we're going to step out to the other side of the creek.
Okay.
And if we sample there and we've got exceedances, we'll continue to follow that. We've got samples on one side of the dam. We're looking at sampling on the other side. So I'm not sure how adequately that's covered in the QAP, and if we review it and talk with Eagle and think it warrants a revision of the QAP, then we'll issue an amendment.
Okay.
It would seem like there would need to be a figure added to the document to indicate that.
Let me just turn to Beth real quick and see if there was anything else you'd like to add on that conversation.
Yeah, thanks, Steve. I know, I wanted to check in with my management on the line. I'm not sure if Mike Miller, our RD division director, could make it, or Dave Klein, our Superfund section manager.
And do we have Mike Miller or David Klein listed among the attendees?
Yes, we have David Klein.
And if you could ensure that David Klein and Mike Miller are off mute. Mr. Klein, Mr. Miller, anything that you would like to add in on this conversation?
Hi, this is David Klein. I think we had a good conversation with the Air Force on the additional work we were looking for. The main thing we're pushing for is to get the full nature and extent of contamination defined. And there were some differences of opinion on certain things. We're concerned about defining contamination within Van Etten Lake and where it may be going, including potentially the east side of the lake. And I think what we heard from the Air Force was that they were going to look into those issues and potentially change their plans based on after they look into it. So we're as Steve mentioned, we'll be waiting to hear back from them on what changes they might be willing to do.
I see. Okay, thank you, Mr. Klein. We appreciate that. Okay, we have a question here. Go ahead, Bill.
We talked about the contract. Maybe everybody else knows, but I don't know when the current contract ends and how long will the next contract be planned for?
Current contract actually ends in January right now. We're working with contracting to extend that another 6 months. We can't extend it beyond that time. The follow-on contract would probably be a 3 to 5 year contract.
So
because it'll be finishing the RI as well as doing the feasibility study.
So the current contract, January, possibly extended 6 months.
Correct.
Okay.
And Quintina, that was a question or a comment by William Gaines, community rep member.
Thank you.
Mr. Gaines, did that address your question?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Let's go to Arnie real quick and then to Dave.
Related to the east side of Van Etten Lake and what the Air Force and Eagle are discussing. A couple of times we brought up there's one best practice by EPA, who is the agency implementing CERCLA authorities. And it's called, and the Air Force started a study which included sampling all the way down to the clay layer and analyzing the actual soil all the way down. And this study is called an environmental stratigraphy sequencing. It's a best practice, and other Air Force sites have used it. There were 4 of them, and Wurtsmith was one of them. However, the Wurtsmith study that was started in 2016 and 17 was never finished. And I've talked to a couple of your Air Force experts to verify this. And I was wondering if, I'm asking as an action item, if the Air Force will look into this best practice and include this in your discussions in addition to groundwater sampling, which is what you've been talking about on the east side. So it's doing additional core sampling from the beach at the township, where the Air Force has stopped so far, all the way east of Cedar Lake Road, or definitely further east beyond the east side of Bennett Lake. So that you have the geography modeling and you verify it with groundwater concentration sampling to verify the model. Of all those posters that were shown to us in the last meeting, and Colin Powell? Plank. There is a lack of information on the geology from the Township beach on the west side of Bennett Lake to the east side to the Lake Huron. There's a lot of blanks in there for geologic investigation. So I'd like that to be added to the your studies.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not familiar with that report, but we'll definitely look into it and see how we can apply it to the.
Steve, I will add that environmental stratigraphy is part of the CSM that we're doing. So we do have all of that data for the area that we're looking at for the RI right now. We're collecting additional data as part of the RI to supplement that. So we are collecting a lot more geologic data along right now the west side of the lake, and also now if we can, once we get access along the river too. Fill in some of that. I think you're talking about between Huron back this way, where there are some data gaps.
Right, including under Bennett Lake.
Right, so that's not.
To the east side.
Yeah, that's not part of the plan at this time, but depending on how.
That's not part of the scope for this contract.
Yeah, but we are doing environmental stratigraphy, so we are using those methods as part of the CSE.
Okay, well, so let's go to David Wynn. Go ahead.
Another area that I guess I have a concern about, or that, in our conversations with Eagle, the DMRO area, is that part of the RI, or is that something that's going to be added?
It is, yes.
It is. So you guys will be stepping out that far?
Yeah, we've collected quite a bit of data up there at the DRO already, yeah.
Okay, great. Okay. Can I ask a couple more?
Yeah, let me just check to see if anyone on this side of the room has a question. Yeah,
just
go ahead, Bill Palmer.
A quick question for Paula. Before the meeting, you were telling us there were some problems with getting, like so many businesses are having, getting equipment and parts and so on and so forth. And you said that is going to affect the timeline on this.
Right, yeah. And that was
Can you explain how that is different than what you have here?
Sure, and I think Mr. Wynn was talking about that we updated the schedule to move the IRA for Florence Marsh is expanded, it has moved out, but the IRA at Bennett Lake has been pushed to the left. So we are moving faster there. So the issue with the construction of the IRAs that we're having is logistics, because of the availability of parts that we need to build treatment systems. Specifically the electronic components, and I'm sure you guys have all seen this on the news. A lot of the small electronic components, switches, PLCs, the controlling mechanisms for the controls for the treatment systems, those are proving very difficult to get with very long lead times. So we have been working over the winter on Florence Marsh. We ordered a lot of supplies, and as we saw those lead times for those materials were taking a very long time, we went ahead and started ordering things for the Bennett Lake IRA. So that's why those materials have already been ordered. So that schedule has moved to the left. So it's speeding up. But then realizing those delays for Clark's Marsh, because that's what we started awarding, that one has pushed to the right a little bit. So that's kind of the difference in the schedule there. But both are scheduled to be done late summer, or turned on up and running by late summer this year, so.
And Mr. Palmer, does that address the question?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Before turning back to other questions here in person, let me check to see Rex Vaughn or Bill Farrell, if y'all had any questions at this point.
None from me.
No, I'm good.
Okay. All right, thank you. And Rex, I think you said that you did not have any at the moment, correct?
Yeah, I have no additional questions. Thank you.
Okay, great. All right, let's turn to David Wynn then for a question.
Future IRAs. Steve, a question, or I guess a conversation in Eagle is you guys are also going to look at possible future IRA for Pierce Point. Is that true or is that correct? Can you expand on that a little bit?
Not at this point. We're still kind of preliminary stages of scoping that.
Okay. When do you anticipate having something that you might be able to present?
I would say at the next draft, we hope to have a contract awarded by then.
Okay, great.
Okay, Brad members, any other questions? Yes, sir, go ahead.
I've got a really stupid question. Oscoda Township, because of its unique location, is really water dominated between Lake Huron and the Usda River. And as I understand it, Oscoda Township is now using the old Wurtsmith sewage treatment plant. Is anybody, and all that stuff was dumped into that sewage treatment plant for whatever time the base was here. Is anybody monitoring the effluent from the sewage treatment plant into the Usda River? Is anybody doing that, or is it a part of any plan?
I think you're talking about a wastewater treatment plant?
Uh-huh.
Okay. So yeah, currently our Water Resources Division works with Oscoda Township on the current wastewater treatment plant, but there is nothing in place for the former wastewater treatment plant that Air Force operated, other than that it is being incorporated as part of the remedial investigation. Steve, do you have anything you want to add?
No.
I don't think that was the question.
Okay, sorry. Then I'm not trying to avoid your question, so I hope you understand.
Is anybody monitoring the effluent from it?
The effluent?
Yeah,
The current
what's going on?
wastewater treatment plant.
Yes. Yep. Oscoda Township collects those samples and puts them on our Michigan My Waters, and our Water Resources Division monitors those samples.
Okay.
For PFAS, Michigan Waters, they report, they sample
Yes, I
the
believe.
treatment plant?
It's monitored for PFAS, yes.
So I wasn't aware of that.
Okay, if I could
Please,
comment
go
on
ahead.
that. We were notified by Eagle, on which we operate the plant under Eagle permit. And a couple of years ago, we were notified in the testing of the effluent that PFAS was present. And so we hired our engineering firm. We were charged with tracking down where that PFAS is coming into the system. The township spent at that time, I think, about $30,000 doing an investigation. There was still effluent that was showing signs of levels of PFAS. So we had to do another investigation in the amount of about $39,000. I guess the question I'd like to put out to the Air Force is, what is the Air Force doing to help the township try to track down where the PFAS contamination may be coming from on the base? We have been tracking it off the base with sewage that comes into the system to try and track it down. But we're expending a substantial amount of money under Eagle's requirements to track down the sources of this PFAS. And there's certainly, I would think, a chance that some of that could be coming from the base into the system. And it doesn't seem that the township should have to undertake the cost for that portion of it.
Can I add something to that? Yeah. This question was brought to Dr. Varley, I guess 3 RAD meetings ago, and she thought that the Air Force should be conducting an investigation on the base as to where the source was.
Do we have anything in the RI scope for that, Bill?
Not necessarily, or not specifically related to the wastewater treatment plant. We are looking at the groundwater around the wastewater treatment plant because we do know there's a plume over there. So we're investigating that piece, but material coming from the base going to the wastewater treatment plant, we're not really focused on looking at that.
And does that include, you said around the wastewater treatment plant, so that's the treatment plant and the drying bed, the old drying beds.
Right.
How about from where you stop on that sampling just down gradient from the drying beds to the Usda River through the marsh? Who's looking at that? Because that soil holds on to PFAS a lot more than sand and so forth.
Yeah, we are looking in Clark's Marsh, and one of the issues from the wastewater treatment plant down to the river is access.
It's a detail, though. It's a detail, but on the plan.
But yeah, but we do have samples along the river south of the wastewater treatment plant that are currently in the WAP that we are trying to get access to go over there and sample to see how far that plume has moved down. So we have locations in there that we're planning to get to, and that they are already written into the WAP.
But the state has already taken samples over the last 5 years that show that there are seeps and tributaries during the wet season that have 2,000 parts per trillion. So you're using that data also to inform where you want to and how quickly.
Yeah, so yeah, we have all of the data that Eagle has collected. And all of that data was presented in the WAP and all the WAP figures, all of the surface water data that we have was on those figures. So you can see that, and that's how we decided where to go next to sample.
Even though it's additional or a different sampling method than the DOD uses, you're still acknowledging and using that data to some extent in your planning and future sampling decisions.
Yeah, right, or decision-making and planning, yes. All of the data that has been collected at Wurtsmith up to this point is used in the consensual site model.
And let's spare a thought for poor Quintina trying to capture every word that's spoken and make sure that we don't overlap words, thereby making it harder to capture. Let's see, Beth, you had a comment. Okay.
Oh, yeah. So I just wanted to mention that one of the Eagle comments to the RI was to do a more extensive sampling of stormwater system and the sanitary sewer system on the former base. Air Force has proposed some locations, but not the amount or area that we would like to see.
All right, other RAD member questions on the RI and interim remedial action update? Yes, sir.
I have a broad question. During your analysis of the data over the winter, has anything come to light which has redirected efforts in the RI?
Yes, there are a couple of locations that immediately come to mind over near integrated maintenance. We were delineating the plume that we already knew was there, and we found some areas that had elevated concentrations that we weren't expecting. So those will require additional step outs to delineate. So there was an area of integrated maintenance, and then there was another area that was to the east of integrated maintenance. It's hard to describe where it is, but I'll just say down gradient to the east, there was another area there where we found a concentration of PFAS that was higher than we expected. So those were a couple of areas that we're going to do some additional step out. So yeah, we have found a few things that were surprising.
The integrated maintenance area, is that the one over in the weapons storage area? And the other area, is that next to the former AFFF tank?
No, it is down gradient, and there's no buildings over there, but it's close to Perimeter Road and an area where a lot of the trees were cut down.
Ah.
Yeah, over in that area was where we found the elevated concentration of PFAS over there. We weren't expecting. So we're trying, a lot of the step outs that we're doing, and just to remind everybody, we're trying to make data-driven decisions. So everywhere we collect data, if we see something that surprises us or we weren't expecting, that's the way our eyes go. You follow that data, you step out until you have delineated that area, you've identified the source, you've kind of got everything you need. So that's what we're doing, and that's what our eyes are. So that's the way we're using the data to continue moving forward.
Ken,
A
question
real
from Arnie
quick
Lorette.
discussion, because, and I really appreciate the way you're answering this, but you're talking about sites all around the base. And so a suggestion and action item is for future RABs and agendas that there is a full site map with those areas named, so you can point to them with a laser so that the full public gets an appreciation of where you're talking about.
Sure. Yeah, and I think we do have a poster that has all the sites on it. I don't think we have it out there this time. I know we're doing this, it's hard to do that. And it's on the slides because it's the scale is so small, but it's
Right.
really hard to see. But yeah, we can look at it and doing that. Maybe bringing one in here for.
But also publish one as an additional page in the handout so that the public will have it also in their hands when they're online.
Okay.
I propose maybe that we do that as a poster as opposed to a slide, only because in a slide, when you get a map that large, you can never read it. So if we put a poster in, one, we can put it in the back and we can talk about it. And two, the posters get posted on the RAB website. And so you can take a look at it, and you can zoom in and you can zoom out and you can move around. And so you get a lot more benefit from that type of format than putting it on a PowerPoint.
Right, but we need to do a better job engaging with the general public also. And the only way I think a poster is good for here prior to the meeting, because it's more readable, but for the presentation and jumping into that topic to answer a question, that we're going to need another visual that has just the site map. Maybe the person running, you could have it in your presentation and they just go to that page and they practice on how to do it. Maybe that's a way, so they can zoom so you can actually see where they're talking about.
So it sounds like the intent, though, is to make sure that there's an easy way to reference geographically where we're talking about, correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
For the people here in the public, but also
Those connected.
visually, virtually.
I like the idea of having the map within the presentation, so you can quickly flip to it, shoot a laser pointer, even if it's not labeled, but you can put a dot on it with a laser pointer and make everybody aware, because not everybody knows where the DRMO area is, for instance.
Right.
Just have a quick reference.
In other places, they actually publish an update of their map of the whole base that has all the IRPs, the areas of concern, and all those at least once a year, sometimes more frequent if there's a major change. But they publish that as an additional page in their presentation, so everyone has it.
Yeah, and I think that figure is on the Air Force on the website with all the RAD materials that has all the IRP sites and the PFAS sites that we're looking at.
So just a real quick time check. I know we do have probably about 40 minutes or so set aside for just general RAD member questions. There is an additional presentation to give, so let me just see if there's specific questions pertaining to this remedial investigation, interim remedial action briefing that's just been given before we move to the military munitions response program update. Yes.
This is Beth Place with ECO. So I just wanted to mention a couple items I forgot to mention in the stakeholder update that pertain to this. So once for the Bennett and Lake IRA, once the ROD is published on the administrative record, and we have a version of the signed copy, which it may already be out there, Steve, I haven't checked.
It's not quite up yet, but
Okay.
it has been signed.
Okay, great. So once we receive that signed copy, then Eagle anticipates submitting a concurrence letter for that record of decision for the Bennett and Lake IRA. And then the second item that I forgot to mention, also with the Bennett and Lake IRA, is we received the Air Force response to comments on the remedial action work plan for that. Last Tuesday, we responded earlier this week. We still do have a few unresolved items. We've asked to have a discussion with Air Force about those items, but most of those comments I don't anticipate them delaying any construction. Thank you.
Thank you, Beth. Hey, any other questions for Paula on the update she's provided? Okay, let me just check to see if we have any questions from Bill Farrell or Rex Vaughn.
No, none here.
Okay. All right, well, Paula, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you. Okay, so now moving on to the next slide, slide 19, I believe it is, the Military Munitions Response Program update. So our second technical update about the MMRP, Military Munitions Response Program remedial investigation. Steve Willis will walk us through that. Go ahead.
So I just want to take a few minutes here to update you on a project that we're starting up. It is a remedial investigation under the Military Munitions Response Program. Next slide, 20. So there's two sites that will be included in this RI. You can see on the map there the blue, smaller blue circle and the rectangle, the aligned rectangle, not the shaded area, but the actual drawn rectangle, are the two areas that the initial phase of the RI will focus on. Those are, the circle is the old, what was it, the EOD range, Explosive Ordnance Disposal, and the green rectangle was a grenade range. They used the rifle grenades at that range. So the initial phase will focus on those, and then after we've completed the RI for that portion of it, we'll step out into the larger shaded areas, which are the buffers for those two ranges, or the safety areas. This will be, like I said, a phased approach. We are working with the Army Corps of Engineers to get that contract in place. Next slide, 21. Some of the key components of that RI will be vegetation removal. We'll do a surface clearance that entails the unexploded ordnance technicians walking side by side with metal detectors, and they'll pick up anything that's metal and remove it off the surface. Anything they find that's an explosive hazard, they'll detonate. And then once we've cleared the surface of any kind of metallic debris or any kind of safety hazards, the next phase would be coming in and doing a geophysical survey. We'll have, for this project, we'll be using a electromagnetic sensor. And so they'll basically map the subsurface using that sensor, process the data, and then for an RI, we'll dig a portion of those subsurface anomalies that are detected to characterize both the depth of what items are being found and the type. So we'll know whether it's all of one particular type of munition for the grenade range. Our expectation at this point, based on the work that's been done, is it's all going to be practice grenades. But that'll be part of the RI, is characterizing whether there's evidence of high explosive ordnance used there. We'll also do some soil sampling, and then if we do find anything, as I mentioned, we will have to detonate it. So that field work contract is scheduled to be awarded next month, and we actually had I'll talk about on the next slide, we'll just jump onto it. We actually had a site visit with the Army Corps and the contractors yesterday. As I said, it looks like the award is actually in July. They'll spend the winter months writing all their planning documents. The field work will be next summer. So there is a possibility that next summer there may be some detonation of unexploded ordnance. Safety precautions that they take, they either bury the item in the ground, or they cover it with sandbags to prevent any kind of fragmentation as a hazard, and also to contain the blast. And then following that, they'll do reporting, which will occur in the winter months of the next year.
Question.
Yes.
That area, that land belongs to the state of Michigan.
Correct.
I presume you've cleared with them for vegetation removal?
We have had initial discussions with them. We are in the process of working out a access agreement for that. But yes, we have had some discussions with them in really an SPP meeting, and got some guidance from them on what we can and cannot cut. We have no intention of going in and clear cutting the area at this point, because it is just an investigation. We only need primarily to trim low-hanging branches and trees to get access to get in with the geophysical instrumentation. Depending on what we find, if a removal action is required across the area, there is a potential for much larger scale tree cutting and vegetation removal. That would follow after we do the RI, the FS, proposed plan, and RI. All described. They're all part of the circular process.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Yeah, questions for Stephen Willis?
It's not really apparent to us where this actually is. Could you, again, pull that in a little closer geographically? Okay, by the way.
So if you look at the figure to the right of the two shaded areas that are marked, you can see the weapons storage area. You can see the runway in the bottom right corner.
Okay, so the weapon storage area, that's the place with all the lumps, all the big.
Yes.
The berms.
Yes.
Berms, yeah. Okay.
You couldn't see till they cut the trees down.
And I would think this map also shows Rhea Road, and if you look down in the bottom, there's a greener area that's probably the current
Gun range.
gun range that they have there.
Yeah.
So
That's
if you
correct.
drive on Rhea Road and make that curve, and if you look to the right, that's the area that they're talking about.
And continue that with Michael Munson right there. Other questions or comments?
Careful.
About to Rex Vaughn and Bill Farrell, anything that y'all have?
This is Rex Vaughn. A question on that area that you got in the circle and the rectangle. Has that been properly posted to warn against possible munitions in the area, or what protections exist now to keep the public out of there?
There are no protections in place. Both of these sites have previously been investigated and cleaned up by active duty EOD units. In order to close them under CERCLA, we've gone back through the records and found that they're really insufficient. The documentation requirements for an EOD unit don't necessarily meet CERCLA requirements. So we've got to go back to these sites and confirm that they have in fact been cleaned up and document it for CERCLA to close the sites. So that's why I indicated that if we find anything, our expectation is that we probably will not find much, if anything, at these sites. They are DNR property and they are accessible to the public. They were transferred with no surface use restrictions on them.
Rex, does that address the question you had, sir?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Any other questions about the military munitions response program remedial investigation? I'm trying to speak without acronyms, it's hard. Go ahead, Beth.
Yeah, so Steve was nice enough to let Eagle tag along on the contractor walkthrough earlier this week. So myself, our geologist, Beth Place, our geologist, Nick Shorkey, and we also have a UXO contractor on board for the state, UXO Pro. A representative from that company was there as well to accompany us on a site walk. And we were also involved with the Air Force in earlier talks on the project earlier this, I guess it was in January. So we've been involved along the way as well.
Thank you. Any other RAB member questions or comments on this update? Okay, if we could move to slide 23. So restoration advisory boards are structured to address environmental restoration and environmental cleanup discussions. But Mr. Willis has prepared some contacts for health-related questions. Is there anything you'd like to share about this?
Just health issues came up at the last meeting, and so I just put together this list of resources for those that have health concerns that they want to find more information. As Tim mentioned, as we discussed in the last meeting, this is not the forum necessarily to discuss that, but these are some resources for those that do have additional questions or interests.
Well, y'all are, oh yes, please.
Since you brought it up, if I could direct you to some additional resources. So the ATSDR, the Agency for Toxic Substance and Disease Registry, there is a guide to clinicians on that site, which is being revised through the National Academy of Sciences and a process that they're using. So that is a resource that physicians or providers would use to help people in impacted communities. There is a organization called Silent Springs Institute that has a project, it's called Pfast Reach, and there's two much more simple documents on that website, and it's a clinician's guide, which is a 2-pager, which is much more manageable for physicians in busy times, and a 2-pager for people in impacted communities. So I would definitely direct people to those 2 documents if they want an easy to understand information. You can even bring it to your doctor if you want to, so you might be the first person that talks to them about PFAS. So I encourage them to do that.
All right, thank you.
Tim?
Yes.
You brought up the health issues, and with the delay in the RI, this issue should be addressed, and that is the risk criteria that the Air Force will commit to for wildlife, because if there's a delay in you submitting the full RI ecological plan, we're going to lose a whole year and a hunting season and fishing season. And there are other sites in the Air Force that are moving forward with those criteria and finishing those RIs. So my question is, will you look into and discuss with us what criteria your contractors and you are planning on, and bring in what other sites are using? Because we're all human. We eat the same types of fish and species, so we don't have to, there should not be a significant difference in the criteria that the different sites use.
Sure, I can look at
for health-related RI requirements. So we don't have to wait a year to look at what you've negotiated. I think we can continue discussing that over the next 6 months or no longer than that.
All right, any other comments before we take a quick break and then come back for more RAB member discussion? All right, well, let's take a 10-minute break. We'll come back just after 6:40, so maybe about 6:43-ish Eastern, and we are on a 10-minute break. Let's go ahead and mute the mics now for the next 10 minutes. We'll be back in 10 minutes. Thank you. Okay. Let's see. Well, welcome back, everyone. Let's see. Just a note that Greg Schultz, Community Rep member, is on virtually with us. So, Greg, thank you for joining us. I apologize, I did not recognize that you were on virtually. Okay. We also have some discussion on the virtual meeting. Kyle Jones, I believe, has indicated that he has some questions for Mr. Willis. And so Mr. Willis's email address has been provided. I believe Kyle is interested in having those questions directed to the RAB co-chair. So maybe at the public comment period portion of the agenda, I'll check in to see if there's anything to address at that point. But we are now in the RAB member questions, so just a general forum for discussion among the RAB members, and can address whatever environmental restoration topic you might be ready to address. David Wayne, we'll start with you, and then I'll check with those who've connected virtually. So David.
Yeah, I've got a couple. With respect to the BCT meeting minutes, the last set of BCT meeting minutes that I received was January 2022. Steve, are those the last ones that you released?
That's the last one I released. We just finalized another one, and so I'll get that out.
Okay. So that'll be coming out soon?
Yes.
Okay, great. In some of your previous emails, with the BCT minutes, we were supposed to receive presentation slides.
Okay.
Is that?
So there were no presentation slides for the January meeting.
Okay.
The subsequent meetings, we will have presentation slides, so I will include those.
Okay, great. So we will get those?
Yes.
Okay. Appreciate that. And one more question on the BCT minutes that I have, and this I'm going to direct towards Eagle. And Beth, I don't know if you can answer this question or not, but there was an issue relative to RWD updates. And Catherine Varley asked about the status of revised sampling plans for the SRDs associated with the treatment systems. Are there updated SRDs that Eagle is going to provide? Is that what I'm understanding?
Really, those were associated with the sampling plans associated with the current SRDs.
Okay.
Those sampling plans were being modified. And at one point we had discussed with Steve that there would be a follow-on meeting for discussing the SRDs with the new systems. That's kind of been postponed, but Water Resources has not provided the updates that were mentioned in those BCT minutes yet.
And Beth, SRD, substantive requirements documents, correct?
Yes, thank you. I apologize. I'll try.
No problem.
Okay, so there's been no updated SRDs at this point?
No, and I'm not sure, I should see if anyone from our Water Resources Division is on the line, either Tarek Master or Charlie Bauer and Matt Seiler.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, but you're communicating something to me. Just want to see if there was anyone from the Water Resources side of Eagle who would like to make a comment now. Is that right?
Correct. Thank you.
And Tim, I have one more question.
Let me just pause real quick to see if there is anyone who would like to speak from the Water Resources section of Michigan Eagle.
And I'm sorry, what is the question that is being asked on that?
That's Charlie Bauer.
Yes, this is Charlie Bauer.
Okay, Charlie, in the January of 2022, the question Catherine Varley asked about the status of the revised sampling plans for the SRDs associated with the treatment systems. Has there been any updated SRDs provided to the Air Force?
To my knowledge, no. So they are re-evaluating the monitoring plans for all three SRDs, and that is being looked at as a group, which will then be presented to the Air Force, but no additional status update other than that.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, and again, that was Charlie Bauer, Michigan Eagle. Okay, let me just check in with Rex Vaughn to see, Rex, did you have any questions that you'd like to raise, comments you'd like to make?
Not at this time.
Okay, thanks, Rex. How about Greg Schultz? Greg, anything that you'd like to share? And again, if you are on the phone, you can hit *6 to unmute yourself if you are muted on your side. And to Bill Farrell then.
No, not at this time.
Okay, over to Arnie LaRich.
No. For Bill Farrell, this is Arnie LaRich. EPA 2 weeks ago published draft freshwater aquatic life water quality criteria and fish mussel criteria. And it's open for public comment until a 30-day period until June 2nd. Has your office received this? Do you know about it? And are you planning on reviewing and commenting?
I'm not aware of it. I can take that back to our Eat Safe program folks and bring it.
Okay. May I ask if it's possible to add to your June 22nd, is it the meeting, the town hall meeting? That you give us some information about that review, your review, and what it means, what they're proposing, because it's somewhat of a number that's equivalent or for the same purpose as the fish consumption numbers that we've been that have been used for all of our do not eat the fish or only 16 servings per month or those kind of numbers. So it's a critical number that we've been hearing about since February 2012, when the first do not eat the fish came out. I appreciate it.
Okay.
Can I ask the Air Force likewise the same question? Will you be reviewing this and possibly giving us an update on how you think this might affect your RI ecological planning?
I can check with the Air Force risk assessors on that.
Thank you. And the same for remediation division.
Yeah, we can check with our water resources toxicologist and our toxicologist as well.
Great, thank you.
And Arnie, sorry, just for clarification, that was EPA draft aquatic criteria?
Yes, I'll give you a copy so you can have the details for the minutes.
Okay, what other discussion amongst the RAD members do we have?
I have one other question.
If one.
Steve, we have been, some of us have been getting provided updates from our congressional representatives in the last couple of days. As we understand, about approximately 6 weeks ago, there were some updates to the 2022 budget that were released by Congress. Are you aware of any of those updates, or can you provide us any information on those?
I have not seen anything on that.
Okay, great.
Yes.
Okay, Kathy Woosterbarth. I think what Dave was referring to is the NDAA funding, and whether you've seen that yet for 2022. Because the last conversation that we had with Dr. Varley, she had mentioned that not all the funding that she requested was coming towards Wurtsmith. So we're particularly interested in knowing that the project is being funded adequately.
Yes. Yes, it is being funded adequately.
So what you're asking for, you're getting 100% of it.
What we've asked for, we have gotten so far, yes.
Okay. All right, my other question is, do you have a process for receiving the funding for the next contract for the RI, you know, that contract that you're talking about?
So we've programmed the money and expected it will be funded next year, but it would be FY23 funding, not this year's money, but next year's money.
So there's a process for receiving that?
There is a process for budgeting that money and then receiving it and putting it on contract, yes.
And
as always, what I can actually spend is based on what Congress allocates to the services. So it's always contingent on the federal process for funding anything. But yes, we have budgeted money for the follow-on one.
Does that
Thank
address
you.
the questions?
Mhm.
Great. All right, Arnie Lurich.
On that issue, because of the schedule and the cycle of the defense budgets, that money may not be actually given to you to award a contract until after March, not October, which is the beginning of the fiscal year that money starts to be reviewed or approved. It usually takes about 9 months. So is that going to cause you delays? In other words, should we expect that the Department of Defense is going to be looking forward to get money out of 22 and raise our priorities to the top of the list for any leftover money in this fiscal year?
I don't expect there's going to be money left over this year. There's PFAS RIs at numerous installations that we're much further along. Wurtsmith, Pfast, and a couple other bases are much further along than most installations for their PFAS RIs. So available funding has been put towards getting RIs started at other installations. So far, Wurtsmith has not been underfunded on anything we've requested. And I would hope that next year we won't see any difference in that. Wurtsmith is a high priority installation, thanks in part to your efforts. So I would expect we'll continue to see funding.
It sounds like a number of questions out there about just hoping to see that DoD is allocating sufficient funding for the project, and it sounds like the process for obtaining that funding is flowing and lining up with the work that you have. Is that accurate?
So far, yes.
Yeah. But even after saying that, and this is not pointed at you personally, but it appears that because the due contract has not been funded yet, and it causes a delay of a year in our RI, that statement of Wurtsmith is high priority, and therefore you've always gotten the money that you've asked for. There's a disconnect here.
So that follow-on is for fiscal year 23, which is next year, not for this year.
Exactly, but what I'm saying is, for contract purposes, that money should be requested by the team and have it ready so there are no contract delays in the future. We've gone through 2 types of contract delays at this site in the last 4 years. And so your upper management, I think, needs to do a lot more for this site than has happened in the past, especially for add-ons by Congress. So,
thank you.
Thanks.
All right. Any other RAB member questions or comments? Bill Palmer.
Yeah, I mentioned earlier a concern the township has with the storm sewer system. And just to go back, give a quick little timeline. We began negotiations with the Air Force back in early 2018 when the central plant was being built originally. And we had our engineers come up with a fee for the Air Force to pay for use of that system. And when the central treatment plant went online, I believe it was August or September of 2018, the Air Force began paying that monthly fee that we were billing. In, I believe, 2019, when the Mission Street plant came online for the PFAS treatment, our engineers again did a study of a cost estimate for use of that. It's a separate storm sewer system. The Air Force rejected that, and then at the same time stopped paying the fee that we were charging for the central treatment plant. So where I'm in, we had come to some sort of an agreement with Dr. Varley where she agreed that a solution to this problem would be to slip line those storm sewer systems, because those are old, it's old infrastructure that was put in by the Air Force originally when the base was built. So it's been in there a long time. We have experienced some root intrusion. The villages were nearly flooded about a year ago because of the amount of water that the Mission Street plant was putting out. And the line got blocked and subsequently started to flood the area. We had to bring in a company out of Saginaw to sort of rotor that line out to get the water flowing. The central treatment plant, just as a reminder, has a capacity to pump approximately 700,000 gallons of water a day down that treatment plant. The Mission Street is slightly less than that on a daily basis. So we thought we had an agreement or a solution to the problem by having the storm sewer slip lined, which our engineer said would be a fine solution to the problem to preserve those storm sewer systems over time. And now we've been told that process will not happen until the 2023 budget.
We've got that program for FY '23, that's correct. We are actually in the process of setting up an account to pay the storm sewer fee that Catherine had agreed to previously.
Right.
And as soon as that's set up, I'll send you guys notification for where to send the invoices for that. That should be set up in the next month.
Okay.
And then, as I said, for longer term solution to the root problem, we have program money to slip line that line for next year.
Will that be done before the upgrade to the central plant for the Savannah and Lake?
No, that'll follow.
Because it would seem to me that you would want to slip line that line before you increase the flow of water to 1.4 million gallons a day from 700,000 gallons a day.
If you could come up to the microphone, please, but let me just check in with meeting support folks. Was there a comment?
Yeah, line, it's right more clarification. The line we're talking about slip lines from Mission Street, so that capacity of that system is not increasing.
I was under the impression we were going to slip line both lines. Why are we not?
The issue with the backup is the Mission Street. The storm sewer system for Central has never had issues with that.
I was under the impression we were going to slip line both. Why wouldn't we slip line both?
Because the only one has root in this.
So far.
I can understand.
What about degradation of the line itself?
If I could ask you, just if you could pull that mic a little bit closer, pull it up a bit, and then if you could just restate that. There were some who did not hear.
Yeah, we're just slip lining Mission Street. The impacted piping, right?
Mm-hmm. So not the line for the central plant.
Yeah, if you could restate your name, I think you mentioned you were with Cherokee Nations, is that right?
Yeah, it was Ryan Moore from Cherokee Nations.
Ryan Moore. Yeah,
Okay, thank you.
thank you.
That seems insufficient to me. I'm sorry, that if we're going to slip line one, I don't understand why we wouldn't slip line the other one as a precautionary measure, if nothing else. You're going to have somewhere around 1.4 million gallons of water flowing through that. And I know they haven't, the problems we've had with road intrusion has been on the Mission Street sewer line. That's not to say that in the future we couldn't have a problem with the central plant line with a lot more water coming through, and if it backs up, it would back up and flood in a hurry. 1.4 million gallons a day is a lot of water.
And Bill, I'll come right back to you. Let me come to Kathy Worcester-Barth real quick.
So both of the plants are going to have an increase in volume, is that what I understand?
No, just the central plant.
Just the central.
I'll look into that and get back to you.
Okay.
Whether that would be an option.
Okay.
And so Mark Henry.
Storm sewers were never meant to run 24/7. They're made for intermittent rainfall events. When you force a storm sewer to run 24/7, you definitely take the chance on a catastrophic failure because all those joints leak. And if it collapses or one of those pipes shifts, then the whole system backs up.
So Stephen Willis, it sounds like you'll look into the slip lining, and it sounds like there's some action in response to being able to process invoices that's forthcoming here relatively soon. Is that right?
Right.
Mr. Palmer, does that address the question?
Disappointedly, yes. So, but I would appreciate if we could look into that, maybe extending that project to include both of the storm sewer lines. That would seem to make sense to me as a precautionary measure.
Thank you, sir.
If we have a-
Okay, Mr. Maxwell, go ahead.
So what we're saying is those lines are going to be pretty full most of the time. So if we have a rainstorm during that time, where's that water supposed to go? I don't hear an answer.
Well, it was designed, Ryan, I'm sure you can speak to the specs better, but it was designed with that capacity in mind.
Yeah, so what we have built in for the service the fee, it's not to exceed a certain capacity of pipes. So for Central, for example, we want to use 10% of its capacity for the smallest pipe. And for Mission Street, it's not to exceed 25% of the smallest pipe.
Okay. I guess.
Okay. All right, let me just check in again with those who have connected virtually. Bill Farrell, any questions that you have or discussion that you'd like to make?
No.
Okay. About to Greg Schultz. And Greg, it sounds like you may have two microphones going. Can you try one more time, maybe mute one of those?
Is that better?
Yes, it is. Yes, sir. Yeah, did you have any questions or comments you'd like to share at this point?
I guess I do have a couple. One is on the NDAA 345 that the Secretary of Defense has interpreted as they cannot disclose or give data out on private property. At the peace meeting, it was stated that would not affect releasing data on any township, county, state, or other federal property. Is that your interpretation as well?
That's the guidance that I've been given so far, yes.
Okay, so great. So what will happen is that there'll be a private property and it's all public land around it. And I would hate to see that they say, oh, we can't let you have any of that information because obviously that private property is contaminated. The other thing, I guess, just a comment, I know our guys, our boots on the ground are working to get access agreements to get into the USDA property, but I think it's a sad state of affairs that we've gone 3+ years with no memorandum of understanding, so that every single time they need to do something, they have to get an agreement with the Forest Service. And I mean, that speaks, the DOD is not trying to help this process by making the local entities have to deal with this on a continuous basis. I just can't believe we can't get a memorandum of understanding. Thank you.
Okay, so a question about access, or a comment rather about access agreement to Forest Service property. Thank you, Greg, for that comment. Any follow-up needed on that comment? Okay.
The good news is it sounds like we'll get an access agreement with the Forest Service to complete the RI on their property. So at least for the near term, we've got a workable solution.
Thank you, Stephen. Let me come to you, Mark, in just 1 second. Rex Vaughn, anything that you'd like to share at the moment?
Well, if everybody's worried about what to do with that water that's coming off those treatment facilities, if you dig a pipeline up to Cedar Lake, we'd be glad to take some of that for you.
All right.
Yeah, there you go.
Well, thanks. And over to Mark Henry.
2 questions. One is for Steve. You're negotiating with the Forest Service for access for the RI. I'm going to presume that a remedial action is going to be necessary. Are you negotiating currently for a remedial action as well?
No, not yet. Until we know what that remedial action would be, it's difficult to negotiate what kind of access and potentially what kind of tree cutting or ground disturbing activities would be required. So until we actually complete the RI feasibility study and select a remedy, it's difficult to negotiate with a landowner what we're going to do.
Okay. The other question I have, I guess, is for Beth, as the state representative here. We've been hearing for a long time about the Purdue study down in Clark's Marsh. And I guess that study's been completed for quite a while. When will we get to see it?
Yes, and this is Beth Place. DNR has been kind of the head on that study. I know that it's been completed and been reviewed internally with some groups at the DNR. Really, Tammy Newcomb, or the representative from DNR, would have to provide the answer as to when exactly we'll be receiving that study. I can throw it out to Bill Farrell from MDHHS to see if he has heard anything, but otherwise I can just reply back to the RAB when I find out. I can follow up.
Okay, because Tammy hasn't been at the stakeholder meetings in a while, so I haven't been able to ask that question.
And Mark, if you could try to propel back to the
Tammy has not been at the monthly stakeholder meetings lately, and so I haven't had the opportunity to ask her that question. But it would be good to know when that's coming out.
I will definitely follow up with her and shoot an email to you guys.
Would you also ask her that when it does come out, if they will be making a presentation at a RAB meeting to present their data?
Okay. More than likely, we have talked about that in the past, that when that happens, there's a potential for the Purdue to make that presentation at the Empire Town Hall meetings. So that would probably be the venue for that rather than the RAB meeting. But I wouldn't see a problem with that, but I can confirm with her.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions or comments from the RAB members there? Kathy Wurtsmith.
I want to circle back to the question about the trees on the base area. If anyone here happens to know that information, maybe Mike, do you know?
Well, I'll give you the short answer. It was done for fence maintenance. If you want the Paul Harvey answer, see me after this and I've explained the whole thing. I've asked to get a contact person from the tree cutting service, and I'll get that and I'll pass it on to you.
And Kathy, you had also asked where the trees ended up.
Right, yes, I want to know the fate of the trees, because, you know, their uptake of the water that's in the ground.
That's what I need to get. I need to get the contact person.
Thanks.
Okay. Well, so, yes.
I have yet another question.
Mark Henry, go ahead.
Do you know if that tree cutting is going to be extended further to the north into the northern landfill area?
The trees that have been cut down right now the ones that are down. That would be it.
That's it. Okay, thank you.
What other RAD member discussion do we have before we open it up to public comment opportunity? Arnie Rich.
Getting back to best practices that EPA recommends that all circular Superfund sites follow. Paula mentioned the conceptual site models that are being updated in the RI, during the RI. And one thing that I've seen at other sites is that those CSMs progress over the site investigation, the ESI we talked about, the RI. Additional information is always added on, and for planning, for identifying data gaps and so forth. However, it's almost impossible, except for you experts, your contractors, to know what the CSM was last year and how it changed because of the way it's used. There's no visual, or very few visual representations, such as a photo of where physically you're talking about doing the sampling, or where the sources are and where the groundwater flow goes. And so that's one example. And then the other one is on the, there's a matrices, a CSM matrix that is used for planning purposes. And I'm wondering if you're also able to publish that to show where sources impact on fish or a surface water body, and what criteria are you using to investigate that possibility. And so it's all in a guidance package from EPA. And I was wondering if you can start adding some visual representation to share with the public and the RAB.
We have Paula Bond to respond, but let me first check in with Stephen Willis. Anything that you'd like to say before Paula?
No, Paula.
Go ahead.
The short answer is yes.
The older ones? Can we see the older ones? Is there in your files or something, or that shows?
So the site inspection had the initial CSM, and I don't know if you remember that, but it was more, I think it was a table that had a lot of the information that they had at the time, right? So as you move through the circle process, the CSM becomes more complex and more comprehensive. So every time you collect data down the line, it will be updated. So now the CSM that we had, worksheet 10 in the UFP QAP, there are quite a few figures in there, but as we collect data during the RI, we will add more graphics and more figures to represent the data that we've collected during the RI. So it will include exposure routes, pathways for human health and ecological in there. And there are also, the charts are already in there. I think you've seen those with the exposure routes and all that. So those are already in there now. But more graphics, pictures like 3D conceptual site models that are in the EPA guidance document, things like that, those will be included in the CSM.
Can you share an example of one now, either that you've done at another site or another base that has done it, so that we can see before the next RAB what an example is of the visualized of that data that's in the tables?
Sure, there are tons of examples out there.
Well, you pick the one that's best that you want to educate us on by sharing with us.
Okay, yeah, sure, we can do something like that. Steve?
Isn't there one in the one of the IRA work plans? So we have an existing, at least a flow diagram type conceptual.
We do, yeah, we have the exposure models in there, like the flow diagrams, but I think what Arnie's talking about is a pictorial of the CSM, which is more, don't want to underline the cartoony picture that shows the exposure routes, the pathways, the source areas and all of those things. So yeah, that will definitely be part of the CSM, but we can get some examples and share those. Those are in the EPA guidance document. They're all over the place. But yes, that will be part of the CSM.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much, Paula. Arnie, does that address the question?
No, that's it. We can talk a little bit detail, and I can show you what I have here.
All right. Thank you very much. Markin.
Along the same topic of CSM, last year, Dr. Barley brought in Common Plank to go over his GIS-based.
Yeah, if you could.
His GIS-based conceptual site model. I was wondering if we could have 1 or 2 technical meetings during this field season and bring Mr. Plank in for a similar update on what has changed since the RI has been in progress.
So are you looking for that as separate from a RAB meeting or in Usda, or?
It could be part of a RAB meeting. Dr. Varley last year decided to have sort of technical meetings in between RAB meetings because it would be of a more technical nature, and then only those folks who are more interested in the technical aspects could come and ask questions. I think it would be a really good idea.
Okay, let me look into that.
All right, if I could, let me move us to the public comment portion of the agenda, because we definitely want to keep enough time to allow members of the public to address the RAB. So far in our conversations, this has been a conversation among the RAB members, those here in person and those connected virtually. But we want to draw in members of the public. Let me ask if you are here in person and would like to make a 3-minute comment to the RAB. In a moment, I'll ask you to come up to this microphone here, and we'll start with those who are in person. And then we will also check to see if anyone connected virtually would like to make a comment. If so, please just raise your hand electronically. If you're connected by phone, please raise your hand by pressing *9, and you can lower it by pressing *9 as well. So we'll start with those here in person. Is there anyone who would like to make a public comment? Mr. Bob Delaney, come on up, sir.
Bob Delaney, and the question I have is the NDAA, there was a part about to put on map private property data, and so I'm wondering how that's going to work. Can DOD put data on maps when it's on private property if they haven't gotten permission, and then if they do, I assume they can't put it out in a public meeting, but can they give it to the Eagle, for instance? And how is that all going to work? That's not very clear to me. How you do a CSM of maps across it.
And my understanding is we're still working through the guidance for implementation of that. But yes, it absolutely presents a challenge if we can't share data with our regulator. So we've voiced that concern up our chain and are waiting for definitive guidance on how we can still work together to achieve cleanup and what can be shared.
Thanks. All right, thank you, Mr. Delaney. We appreciate that. And let's see if there are any others with us here in person who would like to make a comment. Okay, let me now check to see, for those who are connected virtually, are there any raised hands? Okay, Mr. Anthony Spagnola, go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for the presentations this evening and the discussion. I would, having been at these meetings now for a number of years, and the fact that this process is now in its 13th year, it is very disappointing to hear that we're losing another year on the RI. I would ask, Mr. Willis, I know you're new and that the history here is certainly not your responsibility, but I would ask that the RI process be opened up. It was done at Pfast. Pfast is actually ahead of us now. It didn't slow things down, and unfortunately, this process, by choice of the Department of Defense, is a very opaque one. to the community, and it lends itself to a great deal of distrust. And I think given the fact that people in our community have to live with the results of this remedial investigation, it should be opened up. And I think the process would go a whole lot faster. I don't think there would have been all this horsing around on the east side of Van Etten Lake for so many years if the discussion had been more public. So that's my first request. Secondly, and this is above the level, I think, of people here, but as many people know, Governor Whitmer of our state sent a letter to the Department of Defense in March of 2021, invoking Section 332 of the fiscal year 2020 National Defense Authorization Act. Under that act, and as a result of the governor's issuance of that letter, the Department of Defense is required, and I emphasize required, to work expeditiously with the state to amend its cooperative agreement with the state to agree to comply with state PFAS standards. The Department of Defense has broken that law. It has done nothing. And it has publicly indicated that it's going to choose to ignore that Section 332 mandate. We hear about the CERCLA process, we hear about compliance with the law, but the fact of the matter is the Department of Defense is breaking the law here and in a number of other instances. My question for those up the chain, and I would appreciate a response, why does the Department of Defense think that it can get away with breaking this law? The last question that I have deals with the Section 345A private property guidance that the department apparently is working on. I would ask that that guidance be shared. I don't think, from what I've heard, that it's a proper interpretation of the law to hide this information from the public. And my question, though, for now, and I'll end here, is this: Van Etten Lake, is that public or private property under this guidance? Are we going to get data from the lake, or is that going to be withheld as a private property thing? Mr. Wills, do we know the answer to that?
That's something we've actually discussed, is the ownership of Van Etten Lake, and I don't have a clear answer for you at this point, but something we've definitely asked and are looking into.
Okay. Mr. Spagnola, did you have further comments, sir?
No, I would just say I appreciate that response. Again, I don't think it's. I think it's clear that that information should be released, and I would ask that the guidance be released as soon as possible. So again, that the public isn't kept in the dark, even on what this guidance is. Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for those comments, Mr. Anthony Spagnola. I see a hand up, and Bob, let me come back to you after we run through those who have their electronic hands up, if you don't mind. So let me see, are there others connected virtually who have a hand raised? Okay, let me just check in with Kyle.
Just on that same topic that Tony asked.
Okay.
Point of clarification. At last night's RAB meeting at Pease, the Air Force said that the ruling of the DOD attorneys and the way they're interpreting private property, their definition is any property that is not federal government owned.
It's federal, state, city, local government.
With permission from those entities. So right now, they're not sharing data once it leaves the base property that was owned when the Air Force was here. At least right now, it appears that's what they're implementing at this moment.
Okay, well, so let me just check in. I know there was some correspondence, some indication from Mr. Kyle Jones that he had questions he wanted to convey to Mr. Willis. Mr. Jones, are you on the line, and would you like to make a public comment, or did you want to just convey that information to Mr. Willis? Okay, and I think the meeting support staff shared Mr. Willis's email address. So maybe you'll be receiving that correspondence. Let me check in again. Do we have any other folks connected virtually or via telephone who have their hands raised? Okay, and those of you who are connected by telephone, if you do want to raise your hand, please press *9. Okay, in the meantime, Mr. Delaney, would you like to make a 3-minute public comment, sir?
Delaney again. I just wanted to say that for clarity's sake, in CERCLA, there are actually 2 processes. There is the cleanup process, which is spoken of repeatedly, and that's where you have the RI and Pfast and all these steps. And it's meant to be a slow process where there's nobody being exposed or there's no endangerment of people. There's another side of CERCLA, and I believe DOD has equal authority under that, and that's the removal process, where someone is actually exposed to an endangerment, then the entity that is carrying out CERCLA as the authority to move forward and actually clean things up immediately, not going through every single cleanup step. And so some of these interim remedial actions and TICRAs and things like that, the DOD is actually using that removal authority to get out and get stuff done before they have a risk assessment. So it's somewhat frustrating to always say the CERCLA process, because that was meant to be slow and to have people have lots of time to get input because they want to make sure nobody's in danger, nothing's at risk, so immediately. So planning and taking your time and makes sense. You just being careful. But when there are people that are actually exposed, that's when you actually move forward. So I just want to make that clear to everybody. There are 2 processes, not one.
Thank you, Mr. Delaney. So kind of a deliberative process on one hand and a more immediate process on the other, as you described. Okay. Do we have any others with their electronic hands raised? I'm sorry, say it again. Okay. And who is that?
I think Sharon has a comment that she's maybe having to take.
She's. Okay, and can you tell, is she connected, and the reference is to Sharon Bersinga, Air Force attorney. So
can you unmute her?
Yeah.
I'm getting an indication. Okay.
Okay, and is she connected by phone or virtually? Okay. So Sharon Bersinga, it sounds like you are unmuted on our side, and you might just check to see if you're unmuted on your side. I'm sure you have already. Thanks for your persistence here. We'll come back to Sharon. Are there any others who have their hands raised? Okay, any other public comments here in the room? Okay. And bear with me for just one moment. Steve, you want to check in with her? Okay, well, so that takes us through the public comment portion of the agenda, and really takes us through the agenda. I'd like to, in just a moment, I will turn to our co-chairs for any closing remarks that y'all might have, but let me just do one quick check-in with the RAB members to see if there's anything further to discuss. Mr. Arnie LaRich.
Unfortunately, the Forest Service and the Fish and Wildlife has not jumped into this project yet. But I've got a question, because they have authorities for natural resource endangerment or damage and restoration. So I guess I'll ask Beth, possibly, has there been any indication that the Forest Service and the Fish and Wildlife are looking at the ecological risk criteria assessment that has been discussed that we have not been party to date?
I know that as far as the RI is concerned and things of that nature, Steve, I think you've been coordinating with the Forest Service locally, and they've been reviewing the RI and other documents that come through.
The Forest Service has reviewed the RI QAP as well as the biota sampling plan and the risk assessment work plan and provided comments on those documents. So yes, they have, the U.S. Forest Service has been involved in that process.
Okay. Then because of the 1-year delay in finalizing that work plan when you get the new contractor, if I understood what you said, is that true?
No, so the biota sampling plan and the risk assessment plan will be finalized under this contract.
Okay.
The actual sampling under the biota plan will be done in the follow-on. But yes, we want to finish that document under this contract for continuity.
Thank you. And in a related ecological question, the DNR and I guess Eagle participated and hired Purdue to do a study of Clark's Marsh, ecological risk and sampling and so forth. And that report has not been shared with us to date. Can you tell us what the status is?
Sure, I can check in with DNR and update the RAP via email on when that will be finalized.
Okay. Could you request that those parties responsible for the Purdue study, that they add that to the town hall meeting agenda for next week? Next month?
Yeah, it really depends on the timing, but that's a request we have it, so we anticipate they will present that. We're just not sure at what date or which town, Empire Town Hall.
And Beth, I think earlier you said that the Empire Town Hall may be the best forum for that, but you'll be in contact with them.
Correct.
Right. And the reason I'm asking really now is because Mark found online where a lot of that data or some data from that Purdue was published about 2 to 3 months ago. And it has significant information, and I want to ensure that the Air Force, and that you're aware of it, I'm sure you are, on this report. I mean, it's a postdoctorate scholar that wrote it, okay? But it was a CERTIP, Stephen, it was a CERTIP sponsored project also, or at least this publication, because it indicates so. But it's very significant, some of the findings that they have.
And that being the Strategic Environmental Research and Development Program.
Thank you.
I remember, right? I do acronyms, that's my thing. Okay, well, so any further conversation on the RAB numbers right now? Real quick, Rex Vaughn, anything from your standpoint?
Time to adjourn, gentlemen and ladies.
All right, thank you very much, sir. Greg Schultz.
No, I have nothing else.
Thanks, sir. And to Bill Farrell.
No, nothing here.
Okay. Well, so let me just check in with the meeting support staff who are running all the bells and whistles here. Anything else that you see, hands raised, so on, that we need to address? I'm sorry, say it louder a bit.
There's no more.
Okay, and
Sharon would like to speak those,
She can call my cell and I can put it here.
okay, we're going to use a highly technological solution to allow Sharon Brisinga, Air Force attorney, to call Steve Wilson's cell phone, and he will place it next to the microphone.
Yeah.
As we await that, the co-chairs can consider their words of wisdom to close us out on, which will be our next item. Just one moment, please.
Sharon, can you hear me? Let me turn the volume up, put you next to the, okay, go ahead, Sharon, and try and see if we can hear you.
And you are on mic now, Sharon? Yeah.
Yeah, sorry for this, because I was frustrated so much trying to get online. I may not have caught everything exactly as it was being said. But Mr. Lariche, I was on the PSRAB last night as well. And just to clarify, what was said was private property is anything that's not government, and that was not limited to just federal government. It was, as Steve said, it was state government, local government, any of that counts as government. So that's a clarification. We've also gotten a clarification today that on private property, we will be able to release the pure well result itself as long as we don't release identifying information for that. And that has to do with protecting people's private and their privacy. And people don't always want that information to get out, that they have contaminated groundwater on their property. So the law makes us protect that, but we're being told that the actual water well result itself will be able to release. We just won't be able to pinpoint it on a diagram or tell you whose property the owner is and all of that.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Rasinga. We appreciate that update. Was there anything else that you'd like to share, Sharon?
No, I don't think so. And just to put people's minds at rest, we already have a written agreement with Eagle where we can tell them where the actual pinpointed locations are because they have an agreement with us to protect that data from public release. So they will still be able to do that, at least for the private properties.
All right, well, thank you very much. That personally identifiable information is a challenging topic across the nation, definitely. Let me just bring us to the conclusion of our meeting. Thank you for your time here, and let me turn to our co-chairs for any closing remarks. Mark Henry.
I'd just like to thank everybody who was in attendance. I guess that's about it.
Okay. All right, thank you. And Stephen Willis.
Yeah, I'd just like to thank everyone as well for coming. I think we've had some good discussion tonight. We've definitely got our work ahead of us. But let's keep having these meetings and keep the discussion going.
Well, thank you all, and we are adjourned for tonight. Have a great evening. Thank you.
Thank you.